Hello, my fine feathered friends. I appear to be some kind of low poly version of myself right now. I'm just, there, it keeps getting fixed and then going back again. I am not entirely sure what is causing this issue. It's kind of hilarious. So yeah, that's how my day's going. How's your day going? I'm looking a little rough over here. Let me see if maybe messing with some of my settings might help. I turned it all down to low just to try to help with some of the settings. Let's turn a couple things up to medium and see if that helps. Oh, I think that helped, maybe. I still have this glassy stare that's a little disturbing, but yeah, overall that seems to be looking better. At least I'm not bald anymore. So, anyway, also, yeah, my pillars are gone. I will explain what is going on with that in just a minute. Yes, also we have a wolf visiting, but I've already set up leave me alone, and so the wolves are ignoring me and just checking out the castle. I think they're must be in the market for real estate. I think they're thinking about moving in. But yes, so this is what happens if you are, okay, let me rephrase that. This is a risk that you run when you are alpha testing mods. It is totally fine. Nothing obviously that can't be fixed pretty easily, but yeah, I'm helping alpha test the tester version of Architect Structures. This is not the public version just yet. And yeah, Gimmelcad really did improve the pillar system. Check this out. Now, if you take out a pillar, this will be coming to the live version soon. It's not quite out in the live version just yet, but I can press T to cycle through the variants, so I don't have to go into the radial anymore to change the options after placing it. It is awesome, but it did also remove all of the pillars I already had from Architect Structures, so I'm just gonna have to go around and replace those, but that's no biggie. As you can see, my roof is nicely sort of floating now. I guess it's connected over at the other end. That must be what's supporting it, but yeah, nothing has collapsed, so it's all good. It's all good. What do you think, Pointy Nose Low Poly Wolf? It's like, okay, you're looking better now too. You were looking kind of rough there for a minute. All right. Okie dokie. Well, let's get going. And if you are here, don't forget to pop in and say hi. Even if you're going to go back to lurking. Lurking is all well and good. No shame for lurking at all. But it's always nice if people at least come and say hi. All right. Let's see. Let's switch to... Uh-oh, black screen, Genzen. My preview's showing my game screen. Both previews, actually. Both in OBS as well as on YouTube Studio. So I do not know what could be causing that. Huh. Let me check a few things here. Yeah, it looks like it's running fine on my end. Is it black screen for anyone else, or is it just Jen? Can anybody else see my game? Hello? I'm waving at you here. Let me know if you can see this. See if I can pop over to the YouTube side, not in studio, and see if it's working. Okay, you reloaded and it's all good. Okay. Phew! That scared me for a minute there. Jeez, all the issues been having lately. So, anyway, for those who were not here last time, I'm going to start out by giving y'all a view of the castle as it stands right now. And I'm going to go back in and put my pillars back on. But as you can see, I got this pillar mostly, I mean this tower mostly finished on the outside at least last time. And the bridge over the waterfall. And we also had a go at, I was showing y'all kind of how I like to build on uneven terrain and working with the shapes of the terrain. Also showed off a couple of different methods for making a dodecagon. I believe that's what it's called, dodecagon circle, a 12-sided circle. So we've got several different sizes of 12-sided circle towers here, as well as this interestingly shaped building that, you know, that's just kind of the shape the terrain was there, and I thought that it would make the most practical sense to have an entrance on that side. So we went for kind of a vaguely triangular shape thing there, and right here is a big box for now. It is not going to stay a big box though, because that is kind of boring. I was just kind of trying to sketch out the general shape of what we're going for using foundations. And over here, I was having a lot of fun with architect structures. One of the things that I love about that mod is it has 3 different roof angles. So just for reference, these thatch roofs here, these are vanilla. So this is the base game roof angle. And in architect structures, there is that angle. Here is another example. This triangle here is at the regular angle. There's also a shallow roof angle, and there is also a steep one. This is some upside down steep stone roofs. And then up here we have shallow and then steep wooden roofs. And I'm debating whether I should paint it. I think I might, even though it's not going to show the color as much as it would in another biome, just because of all the snow all over everything. But it might be nice to have a little touch of color in there. So yeah, that's what we got going on so far, and I'm really excited because I've also added on to my single player game here. I have added on Nakadis's Dwarven Structures mod, so I'm going to be mixing in some of those pieces, some of those textures as well. I might do some buildings that are completely out of just Dwarven structures. Hey Karl! By the way, hey Jason! And hello Jen, in case I didn't say hello because I was freaking out over not being able to see. But hello. So anyway, I might make some smaller little buildings out of just Dwarven structures, but mostly I think I'm going to be mixing it in with the other textures here because I like to find out how building mods, kind of how they work with each other as well as how they work in combination with base game pieces. So we're going to do some of that. Maybe we'll build like another little tower nestled in at the base here, or a little cottage, like a little caretaker's hut or something. I think that could be fun. And so we will do that. We've also got floating rocks because, yeah, it's just kind of par for the course right now. Hopefully they'll fix that eventually, but for now, ASA it's a mess, but it's a beautiful mess, and we love it anyway. And we hope that it will not be quite as messy eventually. We can hope. Hey, Waza Builds, welcome, welcome. Hey, that badass unicorn, welcome. I'm just gonna put some pillars back in here. I love the new system. I love being able to just switch variants with T like this rather than having to go into the radial of each one. That's what I was having to do last time. And also for the fellow builders among us, Gimelcat is seriously considering the possibility of putting in, come on, can you snap to the end there, please? No. Anyway, he's seriously considering adding some 45-degree angled pillars, so that would be super fun. Hope that happens. So you're not going to cooperate. You'll snap here, but there's just too much going on here, I guess. Too many things meshed together. And yeah, I don't think I actually have a corner of a ceiling there because it's just the way the railings are snapped together, and right now nothing snaps to the railings. So yeah, it's just going to be difficult. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, Now, let's see. We can switch to this, and then once again, we can switch variants like this. Oh, I love it. That is a beautiful thing. These beams are something that the game sorely needed. I like the default wooden pillars. They look pretty cool, but sometimes you're not going for that rustic look, you know? Sometimes you might want something a little more polished. By the way, thank you to whoever just subscribed. Appreciate it very much. The game, my alerts don't necessarily show me the names of who subscribed until like, I don't know, 20 minutes later. But I can hear the sound pretty much right away, and I do appreciate it. All right, let's get a support in there. Even if it doesn't actually need the support, it just looks better, in my opinion. Put some thin ones up there. Loving this. And then, oh, I'm gonna pop out Dwarven structures in just a minute as soon as I get... There's my medium beam. I love how these coordinate with the stone, because it looks like the same... Okay, why did you snap like that and you snap like that? Oh, you're on a different angle. Of course you are. I love how they coordinate with the stone, because they look like the stone framework that is on the inside of the vanilla stone pieces. And inside, I was doing some testing, and it would appear that not even a cozy fireplace can remove the chill from inside here. Yes, we still have snow on everything. I'm hoping that that's something they're gonna fix eventually. But yeah, for now, if you build in the snow, everything has snow. Even if it's indoors, even if you have the housing buff, even if there is a fire, apparently there is snow even on the logs in the fireplace. So, yes, we are gripped in a magically chilly winter. I assume that must be the case. I can't think of any other possible explanation. All right. Now I want to get out some Dwarven structures and have a play with those. Alrighty. Hey, Butch! Thank you so much for stopping by! Oh my gosh. Hey, you guys, if you haven't seen his videos yet, I recently found Butch's channel, ButchX3, and he is doing his first ever playthrough of Ark on ASA, and it is extremely entertaining. Highly recommend. I will not give you any spoilers, Butch, I promise. I definitely think that early game is kind of sacrosanct, and if you don't want spoilers, you're not going to get any from me. I'm just building in creative mode here today, so not doing anything spoilery. Anyway, highly recommend checking out his Ark series. It is a lot of fun getting to watch somebody experiencing the world of Ark for the first time, especially for those of us who've been playing this game for a little while. Me, not as long as a lot of people in the Ark community. I've only been playing it for almost 4 years, I guess. So like half the time the game has been out. But still brings back good memories of my own beach bob days. All right. That's good. Now, I think this may be a destructible rock here. So let's grab something and get that out of the way. Yep, lots of magic rocks. There's just so much magic floating around this thing. I don't know. It's just affecting even the local rocks, the local wildlife. Everything is affected by the magic of my magical tower here. Hey, Zant! Welcome, welcome. Okay, that one was destructible. I don't think any of the other big stuff around here is destructible. I've noticed that even when you have terrain clipping enabled, it doesn't really like you trying to put building pieces through large destructible rocks and trees. You can clip them through the terrain ones that are not destructible just fine, but yeah. Okay, and this big snag's gonna have to go too. All right, we got a lovely piece of very uneven terrain here, so we're gonna get another little lesson on how it works in ASA building on uneven terrain. I swear I'm gonna make a video on that one of these days. Because I know that the default, so many people go looking for the flat terrain to build on, but you really don't have to. It is not difficult, especially in ASA, to build on uneven terrain, and it's so much more interesting. It is fun. I promise. It really is fun. Come on over to the crazy uneven terrain side. We have a lot of fun over here. Okay, let's grab... Now, the way this Dwarven Structures mod works is that all of the Dwarven structures are actually variants of the vanilla metal pieces. So you're going to have to craft yourself some metal tier stuff, and then you can use R to toggle the variant. Yeah, I know, my character glows sometimes. Oh, and I got the low poly thing going on again. I don't know what is up with that. Oh, now it's gone. Yeah, from a distance, I keep like flickering in and out. I don't know what is going on with my game today. ASA being ASA, what can we say? All right, so anyway, I want to nestle this in there, and I think I'm gonna go for something rounded again, but I want it to come out to about here. Get to see what these pieces look like with snow on them as well. Get some of these going on, and let's get a ceiling as well. I have been watching the preview images and sneak peeks Nakatis has been giving on his Discord with great interest for quite a while. I'm very excited that this mod is finally out for me to have a play with here. Quarter wall as well. Alrighty. Yeah, I love the new animation for the rocks as well. It is just so cool. Everything about ASA is really cool. Okay. Ooh, these feel like they're going through the terrain easier than some of the others. I forgot to cycle the images. Let's cycle that to the Dwarven. There we go. Do these stack? They aren't trying to stack. Okay, but they are following the terrain, kind of like the base game ones do. Okay. But the way that these snap up a slope like this actually makes it quite a bit easier to build on a slope than it was in Ark Survival Evolved. We're gonna... Will you snap in there, please? No, you're not gonna? And one thing I've found is if the foundations are being stubborn, then usually the ceilings will behave themselves. Sometimes they won't, but usually they do. Okay, you're snapping. That's interesting. You don't snap flush with the foundations. You snap a little bit lower, at least on the triangles. Huh, did I flip it by accident? Oh, I flipped it. Okay, that's what was going on there. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, and now, so that I have an even spot to start my build on here, let's go through to the, ooh, all these options. let's go through to the Dwarven ceiling, and we're gonna fill it in on this highest level up here with the different shapes. And the part underneath, this is where a lot of people, if stacking foundations were available, they'd fill that in with stacked foundations, but that's actually a little harder on the game. So I think that's why they didn't allow that, because it takes more to render those in. And you just know that if it was possible to stack foundations, people on PvP would be building entire bases out of nothing but foundations. They'd be building bunkers. And then the game would have to render in all of those masses of foundations. It's a lot easier on the game to have a foundation and an airspace and a ceiling on top. It really is. It makes a big difference, apparently. All right, let's find our Dwarven wall. Okay, and apparently these have some different options as well. Wall decorated. Ooh, they do have some different options. Cool. Thank you, Zant. Please do not spam. Can you please put that person in timeout? I would appreciate it, Zant. Alrighty, let's just do this for now. We'll have a secret basement underneath here. We'll have put in a cellar door so we can access that, and then we can also, you know, put some storage in there. The space does not have to go to waste. And let's put this back to plain. After all, it is just the foundations. Okay, and then let's grab this. Oh, sorry, I missed some of the comments here. Yeah, I'm waiting on PS5. Yeah. I'm sure that must be really rough to, you know, not to know when it's coming or anything. It's very frustrating, but I'm sure it's frustrating for Wildcard as well, because there's nothing really that they can do about it. And the same with the Xbox delay. I mean, it's probably because of the fact that the game keeps crashing so much. So that's why they're madly trying to fix it as fast as they can. But there's, you know, there's not really a way that they can shortcut that. I wish they would have done a ton more alpha testing and stuff before the game came out, but they weren't really able to do that just because of the contract that Snail signed with Iterative and borrowing money and all of the messy stuff going on behind the scenes. That, yes. At this point, we're all kind of trying to do the best we can with a not great situation, I'm sure. I think there was also like a half, well, let me try. See. Okay, there's a railing, quarter wall, pitched wall, half wall. Let's try some of these. And then I can put one of these double doors on top. I did a little bit of playing around with this last night, not a ton, but a little bit. Okay, you don't want to snap through the top of a half wall. Noted. See, can we snap a ceiling to the top of a half wall? Okay. I think these half walls are not truly half walls. They are just basically a different type of railing because they don't seem to have the snap points of a wall. So you can't snap a ceiling to the top. It doesn't seem like. Oh, yeah, that's frustrating, Mikey. I wish there was something that we could do about that. I know that a lot of people really like playing on consoles, and you know, maybe that's where they got their start in gaming, was on console, but times like this, I'm really glad to be playing on PC. I will, to be quite frank. I mean, I never really had the choice. I've never owned a gaming console in my life, so like, it's not like I had a long, difficult decision to make as to whether I would get a console in the console version or not. But at the same time, even though we deal with all the bugs and end up being the alpha testers and stuff, I just kind of prefer being able to pop the hood and mess with stuff and mess with settings and try to make it work myself rather than waiting for the companies to get their crap together. Okay, I need stairs or a ramp. Yeah, grab the metal roof. You started gaming with Atari? Yeah. Yeah, my dad used to play some Atari, and if I would have started gaming when I was young, I'm old enough to have played on an Atari, but just never really did. And my parents kind of went through a phase where they didn't really want us playing video games, so I played video games at my friend's house on her Nintendo. Played some of the original Super Mario Brothers and then Super Mario Brothers 2 and all of that, but yeah, never owned my own gaming console. Not even a Game Boy, because it just kind of didn't make sense in my situation, because I mean my parents bought a PC in the early 90s. Like, I'm talking when it was only 2 colors on the monitor. They bought one because my dad had his own business and my mom was, you know, doing the bookkeeping for him, and so they bought it for that. And then my mom didn't really like us messing with her computer, but they would get some educational-ish games occasionally, or in the very beginning, before we had any games on it at all, I would just mess around with it on this desktop publishing, like, drawing program that was on there, and I would just, you know, just mess with drawing pictures and stuff. But yeah, I've always played on PCs even as a kid. I think, yeah, this is still facing the blank cliff, so we'll just make all of these be closed walls. I love these textures. These look awesome. Very nice, very nice. Okay, and let's grab the window as well. Oh wait, no, I think it is, it's a variant of the door, and I already grabbed the door, didn't I? Yes. All right. Have I tried, you mean Battleground 3? I don't really play a lot of, oh, don't crash on me now. I don't really play a lot of those type of games, I guess, because I don't know, I've just always liked the open world survival sandbox genre. And I've always liked games that were as open world as possible. Cool. Let's try another one over here. And also, I tend to be a one game at a time type of person. I know that may sound kind of lame. But yeah, I find a game that I like and I play it to death for a few years and then maybe think about trying another game. So there are a lot of very popular games that I just never really played because I was playing something else at the time. Are there, oh wow, roof overhang, roof pitched. What are, okay, there's regular stairs, dwarven ramp, dwarven roof overhang, dwarven roof pitched. Okay, cool. I really like all these options. Okay, let's do a ramp over here just to be different on this side, I guess. Ooh, that looks clean. That is a nice texture. Right, we need some foundation support here, so let's snap a foundation under there. And actually, let's do something a little different here. Oh, that's let's put a turn in the ramp over towards the land here. Probably going to swap that out for the stairs just to make it a little more symmetrical, but I do really like the texture of that. All right, let's pop out some of the dwarven pillars. Okay, so there's this large pillar. That's a chunky one. Nice. I don't like how they look meshed together there. Let's do them at that height. Let's do all of them. You were doing so well a minute ago. Oh, oh, you had it. There you go. And then we can try some of the small variant. Above.
How you doing? You good?
Oh, that made me jump. Oh, thanks so much. What?
How you doing? You good?
Wow, I've got notifications coming in here, and I'm not sure what they're for yet. I don't know what Stream Elements is.
How you doing? You good?
Well,
How you doing? You good?
Well, if it helps, Mikey, about my dad, talking about my dad making you feel old. My dad was.
How you doing? You good?
My dad was pretty young then too. I mean, my parents were in their early 20s when they had me, and I was definitely old enough. I could have played Atari as well, but yeah, just didn't work out that way. Okay, where is the notification?
How you doing? You good?
Can you show me what you're doing here, YouTube, please? I don't know why that notification is going nuts.
How you doing? You good?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. This notification is going nuts. Where is
How you doing? You good?
Tools, overlays. What is it doing? Dang it.
How you doing? You good?
I'm gonna have to mute all my... Do I have to mute the stream elements? I'd rather not, because then I'll miss all of the notifications. But that one's not supposed to be going off constantly. Which one do I have on here? This is minimalist alerts. Yeah, definitely not minimalist right now. What are you doing? Now it's behaving, of course, as soon as I look in here. Yeah, I set it to that sound because previously I had it on something a lot more subtle and I just wasn't even hearing them because they would blend in with my music, which, oh, by the way, where's my music? There we go. That's better. Anyway, the sound I had before was just blending in with my music. And then I found that sound clip and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to overlook that one. Oh, the dog butt shaking at the bottom of the screen. Yeah. I think it must be like catching up with something. Why is it not showing me stuff? Show me all of the messages already. And yeah, it usually only does that notification when there's like a super chat or something, but YouTube also is supposed to like highlight those in the chat and I don't see it there, so I don't know what the heck is going on. All of this technology is just, yeah, not really behaving today. That reminds me though, let's turn off the volumetric clouds before those cause an issue. Alright, that's better. Actually, when I put stairs in here though, this is going to need to be at a different spot. Well, hello there. Break all of this because I'm going to put in stairs and they're going to need to be at a different spot. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I wish there was a half stair or something. Let's make this go just a little bit farther over before it goes downward. Really? You guys gotta fight it out right there? Really? Now we get to pop out some of those dwarven railings. And we'll add back in some pillars as well. I love the ornate look of these, but they're smooth, but they're also like fancy, and I like it. I like it a lot. Come on now, can you like snap over on the other side, please? Come on now. You don't like that one, huh? Alright, fine. Have it your way. Yeah, that was like the world's strangest cuckoo clock. You're right, Death Badass Unicorn. I don't know what the heck was that. I think like Stream Elements just woke up and realized, oh wait, we need to send out notifications for stuff that happened last stream. I don't know. It's just being weird. Hey Blazera, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Yeah, I'm sure that they got a lot of that. I'm sure that the team at Wildcard is really disappointed as well. I wonder if it might be more effective to express disappointment with the team at Sony and Microsoft, because like they're the ones that are delaying the whole thing as far as I understand it. Because you know, Wildcard can't make them hurry up with certifying it. I mean, they can maybe hurry with doing whatever they're told to do to make it pass certification, but if it's anything like any other big bureaucracies I've ever known of, a lot of times you're just waiting for somebody to fill in some paperwork somewhere. You don't even know where the forms are at or who it is that's got some piece of paper sitting on their desk that just needs to sign the dang thing. I really like the look of these pieces. Have I mentioned that enough times already? Because I really, really do like them. Oh, we got quarter walls that have little dwarven faces on them. That's kind of cool. Oh, I should look at the slopes too. Where are the sloped walls? Grab some of these guys. See what these are looking like. Okay, looks like there is just a plain slope wall. Okay, well, that's okay. That is all right. I think I might want to put another big window like above the door here. So, yeah, let's do that. We could make this one double tall as well. Oh, come on. There you go. So far, no Dwarven secret doors, which would be kind of fun. Got the small window over here. I think I want to try something different in this spot. Let's try doing this. See if we can make a nice tall window. Now, can we snap some of these half walls at the bottom? Yeah, that might not look great though with the door frame going right through the guy's face. So let's, ooh, that's kind of fun. See what that looks like with some glass. I like that there's a couple of different variants on the doors and windows as well. There is the window wall as well as the door. So these ones actually will open, yeah. So let's actually swap these out. Yep, I know there's ways of doing a quarter. There's ways of doing a half stair, but in some places it just would be nice to just have a part of one and not have to do a bunch of fancy stuff. I should drop a lot of the rest of this stuff. I've got too much stuff in my inventory. But okay, let's try the window here. Kind of like the rainbow shimmery thing these things have going on. Okay, and I think this is the window. So this is a reinforced window with glass. Okay, so there is a variant designed especially to fit in there. Okay, and I think there's a variant of the window that fits in every door as well. That's pretty cool. Very cool. Now let's just make this just the glass. And also just glass, I think. Extra tall one. Do these. I'm not going to make this like a super tall tower or anything. I'm just kind of playing with it to learn what the different options are. I promise we'll get back to the rest of the structure pretty soon. go. Where's my railing? Oh, you're doing the triangle wall thing. That's right. Just pretend that this one got buried in snow and it won't go over on the other side. Dang it. Be difficult if you must. Now let's check out these roof options. I know there's a triangle as well, so let's grab some of those metal triangle roof and decor. So this one, okay, that's the sloped wall. Let's move these over here. Come on now. Ah! No. I do like that there's this little overhang piece. That's pretty cool. Is kind of a lot of options to cycle through every time. I can see why some other modders have elected to not make their mods be like in variants of the vanilla pieces, because I mean you can imagine how it would get if you had a bunch of different structure mods and they were all adding pieces to the regular options. That would be a lot to scroll through. And I like it when the pieces clip through each other and make a pattern, so I'm using squares here, but if you didn't like that, then you'd want to basically echo the pattern you've got down below. So put a square roof above a square foundation and put a triangular roof above a triangle foundation. But I just like the pattern that this makes. Let's try a triangle above here. Oh, that's a slope wall. Yeah. Really curious how these pieces take paint as well. I may have to do some messing around with that. See if they are paintable, because the ASE Dwarven Structures mod, some of the pieces were paintable, but not all of them. The roofs were, but most of the other pieces were not. Okay, I really like that. Nice. Okay, let's add a nice little. We want it like that. That's kind of fun. I'll take that. Hey, Icepez! Welcome, welcome! For those who are not aware, Icepez is the modder who created the Ark Steampunk mod, as well as the Crystal Dinos mod, and he was one of the co-creators of Crystal Isles. So, welcome, welcome. Yes, Nerd Potion, I'm using the new Dwarven Structures mod here. And my light has gotten messed with again. Let me change the time of day here. Let's set it to like 10 a.m. I think. And then sometimes this command works, sometimes it doesn't. Cheat CE stop time. Okay, now let's see if that, oh, well, of course I would pick a time where this is going to be in shadow anyway. All right, fine. Let's change it to like 3 in the afternoon or something. 1500. There, that's a little better. Okay. And I'm sorry, so reading up through chat again. I'm using OBS. I don't use Streamlabs OBS. I read too many things about, yeah, some not great business practices that they had and stuff, and so I decided to just stick with regular OBS. Yeah, it sucks that they waited until the last minute to let the customers know, but I'm sure that they can't have looked forward to making an announcement like this. My guess is that they probably were hoping that Microsoft would come through and actually release it at the correct time. Like, you know, if the certification is basically just a rubber stamp, it's just a, you know, yep, all right, it's good enough. You can release this to our user base. It's just permission, essentially. And so they may have thought that they were going to get it in time, because if it had come through like even last night or something, then they would have had time to still release it in time. You know what? I just had a thought here. If I press Shift R, no, it doesn't go backwards. Control R? Nope. I was just wondering if there was a way to cycle through these backwards, and it does not appear that as of yet there is. Okay, that looks too massive. So let's go back to the skinny ones anyway. Okay, let's see. I wanted to try. No, not like that. Let's get some double door frames in here. That will give me the support I need to be able to snap some stuff above. Oh. Well, that wasn't supposed to snap there. Silly thing. Just wanted to kind of try to do something above this entranceway with some of these cool railings. So far, I've noticed that the vanilla ones don't really like to clip through each other in certain ways. They'll clip through some ways and not others, and I'm still working on learning exactly what the logic is with that. Try this one. I'll put this up here. Will you snap like to these angles? Or like that. I want it to go up to the steepest angle like that, only face inward. Like that. Why? Maybe it won't go with this wall here. Alright, I'm gonna save the game. In fact, I would not mind at all getting reminders if y'all wouldn't mind reminding me to save the game, because this is disturbing. I don't think I am in ghost mode, so why... Does this not have collision? This piece? Yeah, I'm not able to fly through other things. That's interesting. And it's... Whoa. And it's not demolishing either when I hit G. Well, this is why we alpha test things. Alright, can I get rid of it with this? No, it doesn't recognize it being there. Well, that's a funny little wrinkle. Guess we'll just have to ignore it for now. If I get rid of these pillars, then will you go away? There, now it's gone. Okay, just had to get rid of the foundation support for it. Apparently. Ooh, you posted another teaser on Twitter. I'm definitely gonna have to take a look at that, IceBiz, because I have definitely been pretty excited about the teasers you have already been sharing about the upcoming ASA steampunk mod. The old steampunk mod was a lot of fun to build with. It's nice to have some completely different textures to play with. Building textures and the like. So that one will be a lot of fun to play with. Okay. Now, before I add the pillars back in, let's just see if I can play around and get these railings to behave. Try something that sometimes this helps. Let's try... Ooh, there's even unique quarter ceilings. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's see if we can get them to behave. Like the opposite. I think I kind of want to go the other way. Actually, like that would be pretty cool. Let's see if we can do something like this. I love how these things can snap through each other like that. Okay. Let's add some pillars to the corners just to try to make sure that it is supported. Come on. And now we should be able to remove these safely. That's pretty cool. Just out of curiosity, could I get rid of this? Does it really require this here? Because it's kind of... I don't like it here. Yes, it works still. Nice. Kind of fun. Okay. Let's do something. I think I might just do a triangle ceiling. All right, I'm sure I'll come back to that and mess around with it some more, but I really should tackle some of the rest of this castle. So we're going to move on to over here. I was kind of finishing up the bridge, which, by the way, there is some hidden foundation support underneath here. There are foundations underneath the water, so that's why there are not very many pillars needed. In fact, I don't need any of those central pillars. It's just for looks I put those there. But we've got a full row of foundations under the water going all the way across, so we are good in that regard. I need another pillar closer to the end of this guy. In fact, I think, is there a thatch corner? Nope, just goes back and forth between stairs and fruit. That's too bad. Gimelcat has mentioned that he's going to be adding more thatch pieces to Architect Structures Remastered, so we'll definitely be looking forward to that. But in the meantime, there are other ways of making this work. Let's try something here. I kind of want to round the end of this a little bit because of the fact that I'm not going to be continuing it all the way across, and I want it to look like it's supported. So if I go like this, and then I mesh these guys through each other, is that? It's not bad. Alright, let's put some pillars on here and see if we like it. And once again, for those who missed it earlier on, I'm using the testing branch, essentially, of Architect Structures Remastered. So I've got access to some of the features that are coming to the published version, but are not quite in the public version yet, including this new thing that lets you cycle through different variants using T. So he's kind of split up the different options between the R menu down below, which, like for the pillar here, I can choose the upright or the horizontal one, and then using T I can cycle through the different versions of pillars. I want the medium beam. I really like that wood beam look. It'd be kind of nice to have like a thick wooden beam as well. Cycle to the horizontal beam, and then I can get rid of these. And then replace the pillar again. The logic seems like it's a little bit different with some ASA pillars. Like, even if they're supported, if they were snapped to something else and it is demolished, then they go poof. But it's all good. Alright. That looks more supported. And then I was doing this kind of decorative thing here with the vanilla sloped walls and then the upside down shallow sloped walls from Architect Structures, because it's got those different roof angles, which are so fun to play with. So let's do that over here as well. I like it. Alright, I want to go down and see if I can mix in some of the Dwarven stuff along with the vanilla textures for one of these towers down here that is not finished as of yet. Need another foundation in here. Looks like I am missing one because of the terrain. Oh, these are all okay. Trying to remember what I did last time. The dodecagon got 12 triangles meshed together in the middle, and then 12 squares, and then I was using the quarter ceilings. But they just do not want to snap there because of the terrain. So let's try going up a half wall and then see if it will behave itself. Texture I had going on here. Come on, can you snap in there, please? It's good. Just supporting it. Can I remove these guys? I don't think I can remove them just yet. I need to snap something else to kind of transfer the foundation support. So let me snap it over here and make that look like a decorative detail later on. Cover it with some stuff, but that should let me remove these. So these are all the equivalent of being 2 walls wide, meshed together at the edges. So I need to kind of imagine that I've got another wall going into there. And I'm going to have another wall in there, which will be interesting to get that at the correct angle. It's back later. Hey, Black Ruby Gamer! Welcome, welcome! We are having some fun building a castle today. Got to pop out and have a look at some of the Dwarven structures pieces. I'm going to be mixing them in with the other textures as we go on with the build. Oh, and this reminds me, I need railings here. If it would snap, but it doesn't like the fact that there is... oh. Come on, you can do it. Doesn't seem to like the fact that it would be meshed so much into the ground there. So, you know, this is why we need half stairs. Because if there's a certain percentage of a structure that is below the ground, it seems like it doesn't like it. Right. Well, there's more than one way to do things. Let's see. Put some pillars down from here. Sure it is supported. I should be able to at least pop a ceiling or a foundation. I could go into ghost mode and snap it below the mesh, but I'm trying to avoid doing that as much as possible because I know that not everybody's going to have access to admin commands. Yeah. Does not like that angle. Well, I could do a ramp here instead. At least that's a shallower angle. It might behave a little better. Guess we'll see. Yeah, it'll snap to that. Yeah, I think it's some kind of percentage-based thing. If there's a certain percentage that would be below the mesh, it will just not let you do it. So anyway. Oh, I didn't get a door in here either. That's cool. I love the textures of these dwarven pieces. And we actually have windows we can see through. It's an amazing thing. Hey, Drizzle! These are pieces from Dwarven structures, or Dwarven Builders. It's called Dwarven Builders by Nikatis. It just came out last night, I believe. So I had a play with it last night, and ooh, I like that. I decided to add it to my castle build today. I may not keep this. I'm just playing at this point, just curious to see how this would look. So the new building system takes a minute to get used to, but once you get used to it, it actually is a lot more intuitive than the old building system. Like, for example, instead of snapping where you're looking, you can enable or disable this building crosshair, and then it will snap to whatever piece you have your crosshairs over. So you have to put your crosshairs over what you want it to snap to. Probably, yeah, I think I like it better. Oops, the simpler version. Because that's the thing I've noticed with the base game stone railings as well, is they don't have the lacy look kind of the wooden ones. They're kind of too heavy looking to really look good on a roof. Ooh, actually, this is fun. We should put one of these guys over here. Could put one over here as well. Suppose. Snap them around. I don't know. And also, just FYI, most of these pieces normally look darker than this, but building in the snow biome, everything gets instantly covered with a thin layer of snow. So, like, I wouldn't imagine that that this roof looks white in regular terrain. Okay, you just do not like snapping to the top of this wall when there's an accent there for some reason. But this is the peak of the roof? Nope. Alright, well, I'll get rid of this. That's not what I was looking at. I need to break that. Make this go a different way. This doesn't seem like it just goes straight across. Okay. Did I have this? I don't remember what I was doing. Have it like that. I don't know how I did it before. It's not gonna be long. I think I might have snapped them to the two edges of the triangles. Can you snap to the edge here? No, that's what it was. Okay, I think it was like that. Oh well, probably mess around with it some more. Hello, Clearly Cherry. Welcome, welcome. This is the Dwarven Builders mod that just came out last night on in the mod browser. I've just been messing around with it. I made this whole structure here is made with this mod, and now I'm going to be mixing in some pieces from it with the rest of this build. Let's see. Let's get some of these. Come on. Some of these guys in here. Yeah, I kind of wish there was triangle variant. I might end up changing that out later, but for now, we'll call it good. But I've got the rest of this castle that I already started, which is a mix of pieces from the base game and pieces from the mod Architect Structures. So, like, these roof angles are from Architect Structures. It's got, in addition to the regular roof angle, it's got a shallow and a steep roof angle. And these here are the steep roof angle upside down as well. It also has some different pillar variants, so like these wood beam pillars. But it's pretty cool because the Architect Structures uses the base game textures, so it blends in really well with vanilla stuff. So like these window treatments here are, I was using the shallow sloped walls snapped together there to create a more interesting looking window, experimenting with a few different ways of doing windows. Also, for those who hate the vanilla windows, the new base game windows, the Architect Structures ones are definitely better. I still kind of miss the old greenhouse glass. But these are definitely better, just in case anybody has forgotten how the new stuff looks. Here is some of the new stuff. Remember, it's got this waviness to it. It looks like it's plastic corrugated stuff rather than actual glass. And so Gimmelcad got rid of that when he did his greenhouse stuff. So it's got a little bit, I don't know if it's because it's in the snow biome, and so it's got a little bit of a frosted overlook. It looks like it's got like ice on the window or something, which would be a pretty cool detail if that is what is going on there. But yeah, it is definitely an improvement. And I was playing around some more with those shallow sloped walls there. You can see two of the roof angles here. This triangle here is the regular roof angle, and then that's the shallow. And this bridge, the only pieces that are modded are these pillars, and once again some more shallow sloped walls. Go a little south to check it out, and I can do that. I'll just have to go not too fast, because if I go too fast, I might crash. Okay, just gotta be careful. I need to add a teleporter mod or something. That might make it a little easier to travel around the map. Put something up here on the slope of the volcano. This looks like a nice spot. Are you not a breakable rock? The admin menu, let's see, I was trying a few different mods that had admin menus. Okay, this one, that's ASR options. This one. Okay, yeah, this is from a mod. This is not the base game one. They got rid of the admin menu that we were playing around with at first. Yeah, the admin menu that we were playing with when the game first dropped apparently was supposed to be only for developers, and so it is no longer available unless you know some super secret code that I do not, which if you do, please share, because that menu was awesome. And let me smack the rock. This really looks like it should be a breakable rock, but maybe it isn't. Alright. Okay, now let's take a look at this. Let's pop out some of these foundations, these Dwarven foundations, and then I'll do some of that glass. But we wanted to see what this looked like without the snow on it anyway. So for a spot like this where I don't want just one popped up, if it refuses to mesh down lower, which sometimes these ASA ones are pretty stubborn about, because they're trying to make it foolproof going up and down slopes, so ceilings will snap where foundations often won't. So if you don't want one foundation sticking up, just use a ceiling instead, and that spot in use should be good. And you know what? I should try, while I'm at it, let me try one of my tricks for making a dodecagon and see if that works with dwarven structures. Should, but we'll see. So you do the 3 triangles, do half of a hexagon, and then do a square, which will force a triangle snap to it to be offset, you see? And then I can snap in another one that will be offset, and then I can get rid of this. And at least one of these has to be a foundation, because this other set of triangles is not going to be technically snapped in with the first set, so it needs some foundation support, I guess is what I'm saying. But let's see. Yeah, but they don't like snapping in, meshing in together, and so after doing a few foundations, you then have to switch to using ceilings. Like so. Hard to see what's going on here, but by looking in the middle section here, I can kind of see where things are snapped. So there we have a 12-sided shape. And then if I go outwards using squares, here, let's start with some foundations where we can. Then we get a really nice, smooth 12-sided shape. And sometimes I just prefer this over the alternating triangles and squares. Look, it just kind of is a different option. Right in there. Pattern is slightly different on the foundations versus the ceilings, but not hugely so, I suppose. Okay. Anyway, that's kind of fun. It's good to know that these structures will behave the same way. Now let's pop out some of that greenhouse. This is a thing, though, that I've also noticed in ASC, that sometimes modded pieces, since they kind of use different snap systems, sometimes different foundation support systems, they won't recognize foundation supports from each other. So this, like, it's showing red here. It's saying that it won't snap because it doesn't have foundation support, but then it actually will. So I mean, it's just being a little weird sometimes. Okay, so this doesn't look quite the same as it did in the snow, but it does look, it's not totally clear. Like, I'm kind of trying to put my finger on what exactly it looks like. It kind of looks like there's a screen in the window, and maybe like the screen's a little bit wet or dirty or something. Like, you still can't quite see all the way through it, but Gimmelcad he's working on bringing over some of the really awesome glass texture that he made for the old game ASC. You can see, though, look how much easier it is to see through as opposed to the vanilla glass. Like, as far as letting in light and being able to see out and stuff, this is miles better. But he's making some glass that's going to be even better. So looking forward to that as well. So that versus that, definitely an improvement in my book. Wiki. Yeah, am I being a wiki again? Sorry, I can't help it. It's just kind of how my brain works. My brain is a repository of random, mostly useless facts about things. And as my friends will attest, I talk to myself this way even when I'm not streaming too, so a lot of times I'm reminding myself of things too. Okay. Back to our snowy castle. Mostly useless facts are the best kind. I am glad you think so, Black Ruby Gamer. I tend to think so. I like random useless facts. They definitely keep life interesting. Okay, I'm gonna destroy the rest of these stairs for now, just while I'm working on this wall here, just to get rid of some competing snap points, as it were. Okay, so we need a triangle. No, wait, no. I wasn't doing triangles. I was doing squares all the way around. Because that thingy that I just did over with the Dwarven ones, with the Dwarven foundations and stuff, meshing them all together, that's what I did here. Only with vanilla base games. Where is the edge of that? We're gonna have to do a similar type of thing of stair stepping up and then getting some foundation support. Need the little ones. These are little ones. I love the new quarter pieces, quarter walls, and quarter ceilings. However did we live without these? That's what I want to know. Did that? Yeah, that's not where it was supposed to. Still gonna be difficult. Okay. Can you snap to the side on this side, please? No, you won't. I'm gonna be stubborn. Put a full-size wall here temporarily. All right, we'll go higher then. Going to be basically 2 I need 1 more in here. Up, snap up, please. There. Since there are not foundations underneath supporting this, I'm gonna have to make sure to get some pillars in here to support it. It should be good, I think. definitely another piece in here. Yes. And this pillar is kind of in my way. So that is a foundation. I think I'm missing a foundation. Sometimes it's hard to tell with the snow texture on top. I think that one wasn't snapped right. Like that. Get some more pillars in here. Protecting the ground. Good. Remove our scaffolding now. Alright. Let's also actually... Well, I'll leave it for now, but eventually I'm going to want to swap out all of these quarters for full-size walls. But it's fine for now. It's fine. Okay, now I want to introduce some of the other new textures we've got going on. I don't want to just start randomly in the middle. All of a sudden, boom, we've got a different texture. So I'm going to start down here with replacing some of these pillars. That is fun. Okay, I just noticed that, how there's the top half of the dwarf face and the bottom half and they match up. That's pretty fun. Hope that's not right. Snap points. Hey, Jensen. Hello again. Thank you. I am glad that you like how it is shaping up. Come on now, snap, you silly thing. You snap above this one. What is your... Oh, is it... No? Is it... You should still behave even with that one there. Like, these ones are snap. 2 snap points that are close to each other. All the other ones are behaving. What is your problem? Just too many snap points. Too confusing, huh? So weird when they won't snap above. Whatevs. And now I think I'm gonna try maybe doing a... No, the half walls don't work. That's right. I have to do a full wall. Oh, there is a difference over here. I am missing... I'm missing some half wall, or some quarter walls. Why they were not behaving the same. We go off the rails. Somewhere along. Maybe that one was right. And that one was wrong. These look right. I don't know anymore. Real confused when you try to use a whole lot of quarter ceilings and stuff. There's just so many snap points, but that's why I like it. Took away my old janky tricks I used in ASE, so now I gotta make new janky tricks. Got a Yudi around here hollering somewhere. Thankfully, I have Leave Me Alone turned on, so the creatures should ignore it. I did like having a balcony, so I'll probably put the balcony back eventually. Beauty sounds really close. I do not know where that is. Oh well, thank you very, very much to whoever just subscribed. Appreciate it. Makes a big difference. Okay, come on. Oop. All right, now in here, I think I want to swap out some of these walls on this level, starting on this level with some of the Dwarven ones. But I still want to keep it a mix. I don't want to use the Dwarven stuff just exclusive. Because I like seeing how different modded pieces combine with vanilla textures. In here, pick these. What is it? Now let me try. I put another mod on here that I was testing out. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a tool that's supposed to be a little bit like the S Plus multi-tool, which I very much miss. Okay, MRT structure tool, that's what it's called. And I tried it. It's not without its bugs. There are still some issues with it, but it was definitely very helpful when I was doing some experimenting the other night. So, oh, my gloves are covering it. But it tells you what mode it's on the end there. And then you use the scroll wheel to go to different modes. So you can, if you have Dedi storage set up, then you can one click and it will transfer everything in whatever container you're clicking on into your Dedi storage that's nearby. So that's pretty cool. There is also a transfer button, a transfer thing you can use to transfer from one container to another. But just FYI, when I was testing it out, I was trying to see if I could use this option to transfer into some modded dedicated storage from the bulk storage mod. And it didn't do it by default with the transfer to Dedi option. So I decided to try to click the container and then click the Dedi storage like this and see if it would transfer, because with the S Plus tool, it would only transfer whatever matched, you know, like if you were trying to transfer a bunch of stuff and you clicked on a container with a mixed group of stuff. Okay, here's what's going on. And then you clicked on your Dedi storage, it would only transfer whatever would fit, you know, whatever matched. You're something wrong with your tail, dude. Hollering about being stuck. Yeah, we're gonna have to just get you unstuck this way, because your hollering is kind of bugging me. Anyway, yeah, so I tried clicking on a container full of a mix of stuff and then onto this modded Dedi storage, and it transferred one, you know, the matching item, and then deleted everything else. So just be careful with that. Yeah, just don't use the transfer option to transfer to any sort of Dedi storage at all. between containers that are designed to hold multiple different types of things, it works. And the pickup gun also works. It's like not entirely sure how it's. I think it's like making the thing it's going to pick up blink. Yes, okay. Interesting. Can I G demolish it? No, I demolished the wrong thing. Yep. So anyway, that's kind of cool. Hey Jonathan, welcome! Welcome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to turn out like as well. We are kind of letting it evolve as we go. I'm just building it to fit in with the terrain. I don't have any particular real-life castle in mind that I'm trying to copy. I'm just building a castle that is custom designed for this specific spot. So, yeah, having some fun with that. This one still needs some border walls to give us all the snap points we need. Sometimes it replaces and sometimes it meshes through. It's kind of interesting. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is. Still working on figuring out the logic of that. I broke it. Great. We'll do it this way then. When you're working with uneven terrain, you just gotta make it work in whatever way you can sometimes. Yeah, you're gonna want to be centered as well, aren't you? Really glad we got Dwarven quarters. do a little bit. Kind of like nice having some contrast. Curious. It does mean that in spots like this, I can do this a little bit different. Just got those dwarven quarters in there. Yeah. At least the ones that show. Yeah, and this actually should probably be one with a window. And we don't so far have a dwarven spiral staircase, so we're going to put a regular staircase in here. So I can't see the main stream page there when I've got all of this up. How many likes are we up to? I was watching Aaron's stream the other day, and it was reminding me, you know, I really probably should like start kind of keeping track of some of that and like reminding people to leave a like sometimes, because I usually forget. I'm just really bad at that, especially when I can't even see the numbers. Okay, looks pretty good. I like that as the spindle for the stairway. Let's get some more spiral stairs in here. Yeah, and these don't want to be meshed in, so at the bottom here, I think we had to go to straight stairs. And those, you don't want to go there either, do you? You don't want to go that meshed into the terrain. What about if I give you a wall to stand? Then will you behave? Try these first. Nope, they will not. Let's try the ASR. Oh, that's the steep. Steep doesn't have a stair variant. And that's the shallow. Let's get the architect structures regular stone road. Oh, and this one actually doesn't have stairs either. I think he was thinking about like making the stairs totally separate or something, or he just hadn't added them in yet. Alright, well, then what we're going to do here is we're going to put in a little landing to get it away from the terrain that is being so problematic. Like so. And then pieces of juice room. Okay. There we go. Yeah, just needed to get it away from the terrain that is clipping through. Alright. Now for this tower, I'm thinking I'm gonna want to go higher than that building there, but not as tall as this tower. This tower here is going to be taller. So I'm going to have to kind of keep the proportions in mind. But I'm also kind of thinking about maybe doing another bridge lower down. Let me know what you think of the idea. Should I do that? I could do like maybe a smaller little building, or make like a precarious little pathway down to another bridge that goes to like over here or something. For the next layer, let's just do some buildings in sequence. Now, actually, it'd be nice to have them be a little bit centered. Yeah. Some windows like this. You don't like it, huh, Mikey? Well, you can go kick rocks then. I know you're just kidding. I like this option for this layer. So it's supposed to mesh through there first, and then like that. Fucking hungry. And get it all back when I need it. Okay, now I need this guy. Like, let's do that window. All of these windows. And up here we want this to be windows. Switch to the window wall. Then I was curious if the half wall, since the half wall is a little too tall. Cover most of the wall. Okay, what about the right? Does it cover right? No. I think this would be a good spot actually for these guys. Let's get this on the beam variant, and then we can cycle through to the beams. Let's do the meat. Yeah, that's went through and replaced all these. Now I changed my mind, gotta replace them again. Always have it go. That's not what I meant to put. What is? You don't want to difficult. Let's do 1/4 wall then and see if you will snap where you're supposed to. Works. I need to think of a way to make these streams a little more entertaining for y'all, because I feel like I'm not being a very good hostess here when I'm just sitting here concentrating on building and not doing anything all that especially interesting. Oh, this is flipped the wrong way. That's what's going on. Change this one out then for when it's facing. So Okay. I think for the next layer, I kind of want to do something to incorporate this kind of triangle pointy decorative detail we've got down here. Incorporate some of that in action. Give ourselves some additional options in that department with the steep and shallow variants. Oh, I think. Wait, wait. Just do another layer of small windows, so it's kind of symmetrical. And then this was a trick that I learned doing some messing around in single player when I was building the tropical resort build, actually, that if you put a couple of the quarter ceilings like that, that it creates some additional snap points here that let you kind of mesh together some sloped walls. So some additional options for those. That. I don't want the wood on it. Just for the heck of it, let's see how these steep and shallow parts look. I think we'll start with shallows. Yes. See what that looks like. It's blocking the windows. It's kind of keep playing around with options. How would this look if we mesh a few together? That is always the question. just straight across, so I do need those things. Yeah. I am so glad that they made default slope ceilings finally flip upside down. That's been missing from the base game for so long. Hey, Hunter, welcome. Somebody said I sound like an owl, huh? By sitting here, whoo, whoo. Or is it just because I mumble to myself a lot? I have been accused of trailing off and mumbling to myself a lot. I try to get better, but sometimes I'm just kind of trying to focus, and I should try to speak up though, at least. Come on, snap, snap. But yeah, I mean, if it's just me pleading with snap points to behave or something, it's not like I'm saying anything especially important. I'm really enjoying the new building, Hunter. They patched out some of my old janky tricks, but I am learning new janky tricks and having a lot of fun in the process. I like the new system of how you can cycle to different variants by hitting R, so that you don't have to craft as many building pieces, or even in creative mode, I don't have to carry as many building pieces around all the time with me. That's really nice for sure. So yeah, and now I'm using some new building mods here, learning new ways to use and abuse them. Okay, what is going on here? Why is there texture difference over here? Oh yeah, one of these is flipped the wrong way or something. Okay, all of these have the wood out. Okay. Do I like it with the wood outward or not? That's wood outward. It's not. A little bit less busy like that. That sucks, Hunter. Yeah, I know a lot of people are in that boat. A lot of people really disappointed today. That's really too bad. I'm sure that Wildcard was hoping that Microsoft was going to come through and give them the green light up till the last minute. And that's why they waited to make the announcement. But honestly, even though I'm sure they're excited to get it out to the players as quickly as possible, I kind of feel like it would probably be better to just make a much safer estimate and, I don't know, put it through certification and have the game just sitting there all ready to go for a few weeks before you release it to everybody, just to make really sure that it's all gonna go off without a hitch. But I can understand that they don't like making people wait any longer than they have to either. I think I'm gonna try this. That would be awesome, Mikey, if it at least releases Thursday or Friday. I hope that it does. I mean, maybe if people start tagging Microsoft or Xbox on Twitter and stuff instead of, you know, instead of the wildcard devs, tell them to just hurry up and hurry up and put it through. But yeah, I know that a lot of people are very anxiously waiting There was one guy that I saw on Twitter, though, that kind of made me laugh a little bit. That he was saying that, oh, I bet it's the trying to approve mods that's slowing it all down. Just forget about mods for PS5. We don't care about mods. We're mature enough that we don't need to play with cheats. It's like, okay, dude, thanks for insulting literally everybody else who plays the game differently than you do. But yeah, not all mods are cheats. Not all mods even make the game easier. Some just add additional options. Some make the game harder, actually. But yeah, also I know a lot of people who play on console who've been excited about getting to try mods. I mean, if this game is one that people are playing for the next 8 years again, like they did with original Ark, then, I mean, in the long run, a few weeks here or there is not going to make that much of a difference, whereas in the longevity of the game, abandoning the idea of mods for console would make that would really affect the longevity of the game a lot more. I mean, console players getting to play with mods is one of the first things that I was super excited about with the announcement that ASA was coming clear back in, when was it? It was like February or something? It was like, finally, console players are going to get to see how awesome it is to play this game with mods. And get to play with some of the additional content. Yeah, exactly, Hunter. Like, you know, I've said this so many times, I need to make a video about it at some point, but, you know, Ark is a sandbox game, right? That's what it's titled, that's what the genre is, and that's the thing about sandboxes. There's no wrong way to play in a sandbox, right? You can have different sandboxes that are set up differently. Some of them might have different toys from each other. You got your sandboxes that have the, you know, the big scooper thingies that you get to sit in and pretend to be on a dump truck or something, and then you got the old overgrown ones full of weeds that the neighborhood cats use as a litter box. And in my opinion, that's the kind of sandbox that official is. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, mods are just like, they're just sandbox toys, and I can set up my sandbox how I like it. You can set up your sandbox how you like it. It's all good. Neither of us are right or wrong. It's a game, for Pete's sake. It's not a religion. Games are meant to be fun. If it's so time-consuming or difficult that it's not fun anymore, then what's the point? And so, yeah, that's why I like to add some of the quality of life mods to my servers and stuff. It's not about making the game easier. It's about making the game more fun. It's about freeing up our very limited free time so that we can spend it doing the parts of the game that we actually enjoy, rather than spending 3 hours breaking rocks in our off time, you know? That's looking kind of gnarly. It's almost giving me like Sauron's Tower sort of vibes. Like it. Yeah, sand does get in everywhere. I agree with that. It is a pain. And actually, there are a few rules for playing in sandboxes, right? Like, you think about it, back to your preschool playing in the sandbox days. There were a few rules, but they were very simple rules, and in my mind, those rules also apply to sandbox games. The rules are, number 1, don't throw sand in the other kids' faces. I mean, that would get you yelled at by the teacher if you did that back in the day, right? And yeah, don't be a jerk. Don't hurt other people. Don't make it not fun for them. And along those same lines, rule number 2 of playing in the preschool sandbox is don't pee in the sandbox. Like when we were in preschool, some kids had to be reminded of that. So yeah, don't ruin the environment for everyone else. And in my mind, spamming pillars everywhere, for example, is a way of peeing in the sandbox and ruining it for other people. And then rule number 3 is don't eat the sand, which the sandbox game version of that is, you know, take a break every now and then and go eat some food and touch grass. Don't let it completely take over your life. But other than those 3, you know, just pretty much whatever floats your boat. Hey Emily, welcome. It has been a minute. Welcome. Aw. Yeah, the channel's really been growing. It's been really cool to see. Yeah, so how have you been? I know you were busy with school and stuff last I heard, I think. Oh. Come back on, snap. Come on now, you silly thing. Right there. Looking good here. This spiky tower. Behave. That is correct. I also wasn't doing a whole lot of streaming when ASA first came out because I was having a lot of issues with crashes, which a lot of people have had various issues like that. But yeah, the first day it came out, I was playing it and I was crashing like every 10 minutes or something. It was kind of ridiculous. But it definitely has gotten better. That is correct. I was losing my mind here. There we go. Oh no, this one's backwards. I know that Wildcard's been working hard on it behind the scenes, and also just changing some settings really did make a difference. So I think that's probably one of the things also that slowed down certification, is because console players aren't supposed to have to mess with settings and stuff. You know, that's kind of part of the deal with a console, is it's supposed to be pretty much plug and play. Change up this one. Like things like the command I use to turn off the volumetric clouds, and from what I understand, most of the YouTubers who play this game on PC have been doing the same thing. You're not supposed to have to do stuff like that. on console. It's supposed to just work. You don't have access to change settings. Like, there's some things you can change, but it's a little bit more limited. Oh, that that might be kind of cool. I mean, it's going to be part of this whole castle complex, but I don't know. We'll see, I guess. See what we can do. You know what might be cool, kind of a little bit of an Ark twist on that, is when Scorched Earth comes out, wouldn't it be cool to just build like a framework at the top with a perch for a phoenix, and then just perch a phoenix up there, so you got a burning phoenix instead of a burning eyeball? Let's do the big open double doors. I have no idea what this building will be for anyway. I am not following my usual tendency to try to build practical. I'm just having fun here, seeing what I can create. All right, check out these pretty rainbowy windows. Love them so much. I want to change texture, so I think I'm going to switch to the Dwarven quarters here. And my mic moved a little far away. There. Is that better? Let me know if I'm getting too quiet, because I know I do tend to mumble sometimes. And I can also change the positioning of my mic if I need to. Okay, so that is the slightly blue side, that is the green side. Well, it kind of covers up the points though. Yeah, I don't like that. Do something a little different. Oh, 2 a.m. there, jeez. You must be over in Europe or the UK then. My brain is starting to try to keep track of the different time zones that people watch and stuff, especially from collaborating with some of the UK art content creators. Anyway, sleep well. I have some sleepy music that I usually would play on my soundboard, but my soundboard isn't working today. That was the other reason for the stream starting a little bit late, was because I was trying to get my soundboard to work and it was not cooperating. There was a software update, and yeah, that always has a way of messing up stuff. Right there. Where? The narrow little gap between these almost makes me... I guess it doesn't show very well from this side. It looked like there was a gap on the other side. It almost looked like an arrow slit, but We don't really need an arrow slit. Too many stat points, you're not gonna behave. Especially not with the terrain difference there. Fine, be that way. Behave either. Yeah, I'm still learning about the logic of how the terrain affects building. It should be action. I do like, though, how pillars will easily snap to the edges of walls and the corners of foundations. It's really nice having those additional snap points. This will not snap down. What is your problem? Come back to that later. Yeah. I think I had a double door in there, didn't I? Should be a double door in there. Yes. So put that in. And then here we're going to have to be a little creative with getting this to work. Because it's always a little janky connecting two structures, even though they were snapped together at one point. They are at different angles and stuff. So let's... This will take a little bit of like massaging to get it to work. Let's try maybe a double door in here. Probably just gonna end up leaving this open. Something like that-ish, maybe? Consistent, snap those downward. Let me try something else here. I was trying to make it work to have a really narrow little walkway with a quarter ceiling, but once again, I run into issues from the fact that there is no middle snap point on ceilings and stairs and stuff like that for a quarter ceiling. You can only snap to one side or the other. It'd be really nice if there was. I think I'm just gonna have to go for a least a double wide opening here. Problem is over on this side, this tower is tiny. I'd have to take out both of these in order to open it up like that. Would that leave me enough snap points for the next layer? That's the tricky bit. I think it would, because I still have those angles over on the other side, don't I? No, wait, no, those are different. Let's see. No. It's complicated. Gymnastics got to do here. Okay, so this and this are the pieces we got there. So the other ones that would need to be replaced would be these ones. Okay, so if I got rid of all of those, would I still be able to do the roof and the wall above properly? That is the question. So let's do a little fiddling around and see if we can make it work. And do some things possibly with sloped walls to give us a wall snap point. I might be able to just make it work with just have like a pillar in the middle, essentially, of the little bridge between the two towers here. Let's grab some Dwarven quarter ceilings. I don't think I've looked at those yet. So, metal quarter ceilings? I might have already looked at them, but I just don't remember. I looked at the Dwarven triangles. Oh, okay. I do like those. And it's still a little bit janky, but if we're able to get a pillar to behave here, there, now it would be centered. I know. I need another one. That's. I should have all the snap points that I need above. Can I get through here? No, I cannot. So that's not gonna work. But is another thing I was thinking of trying. Ceiling up here. If it's something to go downwards. See if that helps. So be able to snap straight from there. And then from here, this middle one especially is going to be the challenging one. I'm going to need to make sure I've got all the snap points I need. So let's try. On either side, I'm going to try one of these steep arches. On these guys. That. And in the middle, we're going to see if we can. Should be able to have the double doorways go all the way up with this one at least. So this one should be a little bit easier, but just as a decorative detail. Let's also grab the shallow sloped walls from Architect Structures. Put some of those up there. All right. Now I should be able to get rid of these. Alright, yay, it worked. So now we have a doorway we can actually walk through without anything blocking it, but we should still have all the snap points we need above for all 12 of these walls, so very tightly meshed together, so that we can make a roof that's symmetrical. Alright, those upside down arches are awesome for that. That is for sure. Okay. Some of these I might want to swap out for other wall variants. Let me try some different options here. Yeah, I wanted to try these tall doorways. Oh, if I do that, if I overlap them, they will not have windows you can actually see through. So let's try kind of alternating. Oh, and I'm going to have to do another thing here to make this doorway. All right. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I have this angle and this angle. Much. Yeah, so is that. Right? Yeah, that would block it because the fact that the stairway goes up makes this one a little more complicated to do. I might just... Oh yeah, you can't get through here. Okay. I have to go upward from this corner here. Let's try that. But it was situations like this that in like my Hogwarts build in ASE, I used the castles, keeps, and forts half arches a lot. They came in super handy in some of these kinds of situations. I need this to be higher up because it's really nice being able to transfer up the snap points you need for a wall, but without blocking the doorway if you've got a bunch of things meshed together in really tight proximity. Really tight in here. Okay. And this is not going to look fully symmetrical, so my main concern is just that it is usable. So let's actually get into ghosts so I don't have to keep going around. A little higher up. At least the ceilings are. ish. Yeah. Not quite right though, where the second one is snapped, but we can get through that. This may end up being one of those little things that, you know, castles just have some weird odd corners here and there. It's part of what gives them character, right? I might be able to move that over just a bit more though. So, nope, that corner is, yeah, that would be good actually. Yep. So, what's this one? And that one is covered, but then now I need another one for this angle here. Why do I do this to myself? I could just build a nice little square house and call it good. Hello, Nathan. Welcome, welcome. Tonight I am featuring two different building mods. Just a second here. This gun is a new tool I haven't really used before, and it is kind of interesting how it is making things blink. Anyway, I am using Dwarven structures, which just dropped last night. So any of the things you see that have textures that are different from the base game, those are all from Dwarven structures. And then I am also using Architect Structures Remastered, which has some... It uses the base game textures, but it has a lot of different options that are not in the base game. Like, I've got these double high, super steep sloped walls. I've got shallow walls as well. The shallow and super steep roofs I used for this tower here are from Architect Structures. It also has some cool pillar variants that I really like. It's got these nice wooden beam pillars. And there's a bunch of other cool pieces that are coming. I've been talking with the modder Gimmelcad about some of the things he's got coming. So I've got the shallow triangle, the shallow sloped walls there as well. Having fun with all of these different angles. And then over here, I built a little sample house using just pieces from the Dwarven Builders mod. Playing around with them and also seeing how I can mix and mesh things around. Hey, Kiko! I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome, welcome! Oh, I'm so glad! You're actually the first person I've heard from that actually said that they rebuilt that and they followed the tutorial, so that's so cool. I would love it if you wouldn't mind posting a screenshot on my Discord. I would love to see that. I've got a channel on there just for screenshots, and I would love to see how that turned out for you. I hope you are enjoying it. I've been thinking about some other simpler tutorials I could maybe do, but I feel like I'm still kind of getting the hang of the overall building system. And for me, I have to be able to build complicated stuff before I can break it down and build simpler stuff. So yeah, I got to know what the rules are and how I can break them, and then I can try to figure out some simpler ways of doing things and making tutorials. I'm definitely doing a tutorial pretty soon though on some of the methods I've found. I've got at least 2 or 3 different methods of making 12-sided circle towers that I've been experimenting with. Yeah, the Architect Structures is a really nice mod. I really like it a lot. And he's got more pieces coming. He's going to be adding a wood glass tier pretty soon. So glass windows that you'll be able to unlock at wood tier will be really handy, and they won't be as expensive either as the regular greenhouse to craft. Okay, this area is looking a little bit of a mess, but it's always janky where 2 buildings meet. And as long as I've got all my snap points above so I can make my roof symmetrical, we'll just call it character, right? Old buildings like castles tend to have a lot of character. All kinds of little nooks and crannies and strange angles. It's one of the things that I like about old houses. Come on in. Can you get in there, please? Like, there, thank you. I want to replace those ones with these guys. Fine. Come back to you later. Making sure I did indeed bring up all my snap points. Looks like I did, yes. Alright, good. So I'm going to make this taller, and then I'll be able to make a nice little turret roof for it. And this one here as well. I have no idea what any of these towers are going to be for, because since I'm not really building this with a practical base in mind, it's more just messing around and seeing what the new building system can actually do. If it doesn't have character, it doesn't have the real touch, right? I mean, castles are old. They're built by generations of different people with different personalities, and yeah, they kind of tell a story, and I feel like there's room for a lot of jankiness in a castle build, and it's all good. I do have a community server Kiko. At this point, it's for channel members, but the good news is you can become a channel member for as little as $3 a month and get full access to that. I have an ASA server right now, and if there was enough interest in it, I've thought about having an ASE server as well, but you know, I don't want to dilute the player base too much. We have a pretty active group of awesome people that are playing on my ASA server, and I also use that server for kind of testing mods, so you could also help me out with that, and your builds may even be featured in a future video. So yeah, it's a fun little group we got going on over there. I really wish I had some proper arches. I kind of really am. I can do a lot with the sloped walls, but I'm really kind of missing having proper arches. But anyway, it is what it is. I think I want to make these windows taller, and then I'll do another set of triangles like that above. Kind of make a pattern out of it. So these are the Dwarven well, they're supposed to be the Dwarven structures double doorways. Those are not. Those are metal doorways. Let's find the Dwarven. There we go. There's the Dwarven double doorway. But the Dwarven structures pieces count as metal here. They have the strength of metal. And so they are just, Nikata set up the mod so that they work as an alternate variant of metal pieces, which is kind of cool. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. Appreciate it very much. Even if my software is not showing me names today. That's why I was a little late starting the stream, actually, was because I was trying to get my alerts to work, and they would not. An update came through for the software, and that's always going to throw everything off. And then the window here, Dwarven window wall. Love these rainbow windows so much. Block it. So do something different. I think I'll just leave that open, and then I can use some of the slopes. I actually have Dwarven slopes as well, just not they're only at the vanilla angle though. Alright, Mikey, have a great night. Enjoy your dinner. sandwich actually sounds really good, Tyler. I would enjoy a ham sandwich myself. Maybe I'll make one after the stream. Okay. I think let's do something like this. I'll do a shallow one in the middle. Like that, and then we'll do the Dwarven one on this outer snap point. Perhaps. Possibly. No. I think that would look like anyway. Kind of fun. Hey, Purple! Welcome, welcome! How are things going for you? Oh, you set up your own server as well, and you and some of the guys were having adventures over there. You were also playing Pokemon, weren't you? You were working on some Pokemon videos. Oh, hey Nathan. So you think Mr. Mule needs to hire me again, huh? Well, strictly speaking, he didn't hire me. We collaborated. So, yeah, he didn't pay me specifically. I was grateful and excited for the opportunity to work for him because, yeah, my channel blew up because of the exposure of working with somebody who has, you know, what is it, 1.2 million subscribers or something like that. So, yeah, I was very excited for the opportunity to collaborate with him and would do it again in a heartbeat. But he's having fun, I think, playing around with the new building system in ASE himself. And so, don't think he's gonna be needing any help right away, at least. Yeah. I like that there's a couple of different sizes of pillars and beams in Dwarven structures as well as in architect structures. That's one thing that they both added, was having different thicknesses of pillars and beams. Ooh, like that. Let's maybe try, can we put one across the middle here? No, no, we cannot. We're not going to cooperate. Fine, be that way. Sheesh. Well, we got at least a walkway that works. I'll add stairs a little bit later. I think I wanna, do I wanna go higher with this window? I think this is probably good. Just experiment with a few different options on the triangle design. Or up at the top here. I might want to put some of the smaller windows up there. Actually, I haven't used this particular one anywhere else yet. Maybe I'll use some of those up there. So, let's find the Dwarven short doorway. This one. Just do a few to start with until I am pleased with the pattern, and then we'll go from there. just ordered a new graphics card. Well, lucky you. I'm still limping along with my 3080 because if I was to try to upgrade it right now, yeah, I'd have to pay what I paid for this entire computer 1 year ago. And that just really is kind of hard to swallow. Buying just a graphics card for that much money. So gonna hold off on that a little while. Thankfully, with changing my settings, I have been able to get ASA to work. It isn't perfect, but it works. I can even run it actually in higher graphic settings. Right now, almost everything's on low because I'm streaming as well as building. But when I'm not streaming, if I'm just building and recording, it actually can behave quite a bit better. And then if I am just building and recording, or if I'm just recording and I'm not building, if I'm like just flying around in spectator mode, just getting some picturesque footage or something like that, I can actually turn it up even higher. I can turn it up to high. So far so good. Let's see what this would look like with some of those upside down steep triangles in here. Ish. Geez, the light being so far to the north of the map means that I'm in shadow so much of the time. Which, by the way, I haven't shown that yet this stream. If anybody is curious where I am, this is where I am. There. The 12.6 by 42.1. This river that goes towards the volcano right from the northern shore. So I am very close to as far north as you can get on this map. But it is a gorgeous view up here. Gorgeous spot and great views of Blue Ob and the volcano. And I like this little inlet here with the icebergs in it. It's pretty cool as well. And this spot's actually a little bit nostalgic for me as well, because the very, very first castle I ever built in ASE, which I built in survival, so I gathered all the resources for it and everything. It wasn't creative mode back then. I built it on this spot. I built it over here. But of course it was not quite this elaborate. I think that's right. Nope. Oh, that's not. Kind of an interesting pattern. Okay, Nathan's asking, I'm so sorry when I get in the zone and I forget to read chat. I do have a question that maybe you could help with, and maybe there is no good answer. Is there a good way to line up two tree platforms that are on two different trees so they are parallel? Oh, that is a tough one. The problem is the trees aren't really necessarily parallel to start with, so it would not be easy. you'd probably end up, you could minimize the jank a little bit. You could have just one spot where you have bridges joining each other, whatever, and have a little bit of jankiness there. But you're going to have at least a little bit of jankiness, I would suspect. And so, I mean, what I usually do is if you're trying to do that, rather than it be just a little bit off and look like it's a mistake, I would try to make it be, you know, like make it a full wall in height, different in height and stuff like that. Because if there's a good difference in height, rather than it being some awkward difference, like being, you know, 3/8 of a wall or something like that, it looks more intentional, and it looks more like you meant it to be that way. But that's just what I tend to default to. People sometimes go, oh, your builds are so nice and detailed, and I'm going, yes, they're detailed because the details are covering the jankiness. Yeah, now you know my secret. Let me get this guy here, and this side, down below. You're not going to cooperate. No, we're gonna have to put in some ceilings to snap to, aren't we? Okay. That. Maybe, possibly. I might do that up above rather than down here. Hey Ken, welcome, welcome. Oh, no worries, Kiko. Thank you for answering the question there, Nathan. And yes, I do have an ASA server for members of my channel. If you click the join button, you can see how that works. You can join for as little as $3 a month, you know, less than a cup of coffee, and that gives you access to the server too. It used to be that server access was only for members of the $5 tier and above, the Birds of a Feather tier, but I decided that, you know what, it's more valuable to have servers be populated, have a, you know, a good community of players and stuff, and so decided to open them up to all of the different tiers. But at the same time, it is nice having it only for members, because then it keeps the community really nice and friendly, because we don't just have random strangers jumping in, you know? So it's worked well so far. Well, I know everybody here is awesome and wonderful, there are some weirdos out there who like to get on servers and troll. Yeah, I kind of like that. Hey Ken, so this is Nikatis's new Dwarven Builders mod that just dropped last night, actually. And I am mixing it with pieces from the base game, of course, and also from Architect Structures Remastered. So some of the additional roof angles and the like are from Architect Structures, like these super steep sloped walls here are from Architect Structures Remastered. Maybe I should add another. still working on my patterns on the wall here. So far, I've really enjoyed both of these mods a lot. Now. Can you flip for me? No, I'm gonna have to put ceilings down below, aren't I? Temporarily. And I do plan on doing a building tutorial on these mods as well as some decor mods and some other ones, but I don't want to just rush to get a video out as quick as I can just for the sake of getting one out. I want to use it enough to actually feel like I understand it and know all of the different things it can do so that I can provide some good value with a video on it. Oh, dang it, I had it. That is kind of fun. The big triangles kind of go with the Dwarven-inspired geometric patterns in the windows, which I like. Really love these little quarter ceilings though. These are a game changer. There's still some things we're trying to figure out how to do from ASC that we used to do. Like the elusive 24-sided circle. There's been a few methods discovered so far. Captain Fat Dog had one, but then apparently they patched it out. Not on purpose, but they were patching out some kind of meshing issue from PvP and ended up patching out the method, the method he used for making a circle in his 100k subscribers video, which is unfortunate. And once again, we see that PvP is why we can't have nice things. But we'll come up with another method. I have one, but it's not foolproof and it's a little janky at times, so I'm still trying to fine tune it. But I like the 12-sided circles I've come up with so far, and I've got 3 or 4 different methods for making these, so I will be doing a video on these sooner or later. I think this one is. Nope. I like it better, this kind of big diamond pattern, or a smaller diamond pattern like that. I would go like this down here. Sometimes I feel like this is just really dark and it's hard to see sometimes. Let me get one of my backpack lanterns from Clifton's Backpacks. Sometimes just having a little bit of light helps a lot. Okay. So we've got a choice between this pattern here or this pattern here. Hey, Subsonic. Yeah, if I do that though, everything's gonna be super washed out. I mean, just a second here. Look how washed out this is. This is Gamma 4. It's so washed out you can barely even see anything, especially in all the snow. We do need some contrast. Let's try Gamma 3. See, even that is just, it bugs me that it's like there's a layer of chalk dust all over everything. Yeah. Gamma just doesn't do the same thing in ASA. I think it has to do with the lighting system with Lumen or something. Maybe I'll have to just like set up spotlights. You know, that would be a good idea for a mod actually, is have some kind of a mod where there's like work lights that you can just mount that like float or something to point at structures when you're working on them. Anyway, let's go back to the default, I believe, is Gamma 2.2. Let's try a little higher though. Let's try 2.4. That's doable at least. I think I like this pattern better, kind of. I do want to put some pillars in here though, of beams. Yeah, turning off the fog and clouds definitely does help. I turned off the clouds, and actually I have this thing I added from a mod that makes it a little bit easier to turn off the fog, but I already did it and it doesn't seem to be making much of a difference. My theory is that it's because of the position of the sun. Because I am in the extreme north of the map, the sun is always south of me, no matter what time of day it is. It's always on the other side of the structure. I think this one looks better. I'm gonna switch to this version. Change these as well. Hey, Clint! No worries. Welcome, welcome. Glad you can join us. Oh yeah, you forgot to turn off the fog and it rolled in. Yeah, the fog is crazy sometimes in ASA, I've noticed. It's kind of realistic. It's pretty cool, but yeah, it gets super thick sometimes. Like I was playing on the community server in survival a while ago because I usually play in survival on there for the most part. I don't really do creative mode builds on there because I like to try to keep in touch with how it is to actually play the game for real and not just be in creative mode all the time. So that's kind of the limit I put on myself. Every now and then I'll be on there like in spectator mode getting footage or something, but I don't like build stuff or spawn things in creative mode. But anyway, so I was over there taming some RGs with some friends and stuff, and oh geez, the fog rolled in and you could barely see anything. It was so crazy thick. Okay, actually, I think I might need... Is this the right height? Actually, no, that is the right height. Okay. Sometimes it's got so many layers of snap points going on, it can be interesting trying to keep them all straight. Yeah, actually, I need this one. Come on. Okay, yes, like that. Yeah. Snap. Why do I do this? You know, people who say that building with mods just makes building too easy. It's like, obviously you haven't seen me build. I guarantee I'll find a way to make it difficult. Jeez. Even with how much better the snap points are, I'm still fighting snap points. Oh, jeez. You don't like this mod at all? Which mod is that? I'm using several here. Let's see. Well, to each their own. Some people like building fancy stuff. If you don't, that's totally fine too. You don't have to use it. Some people prefer a more primitive look, and that is totally valid as well. I love how Ark can be kind of whatever kind of game you want it to be. Continue the walls around there a little bit. And hello, hello, Lionfish Lion. Welcome, welcome. "67 snap points. Jeez, Nathan, what were you building? This here, I am missing a piece. It's definitely a good test of your pattern recognition skills. That's for sure. I think I'm gonna want to go up maybe 2 more levels before I do a roof. Yeah. Because I don't, one of the things that makes it more aesthetically pleasing is if I've got all these different structures that are on different points in the terrain, different heights. So I don't want them to line up at the top either. I want all of the buildings to be different heights from each other, but to be proportionate as well. So I like to keep backing up and getting a larger view of the structure as a whole, just to make sure that I'm keeping it proportionate. That's a really important step for me, is just to keep occasionally backing up. Even when I'm building in survival, I do this. I just hop on an RG or something and fly a ways away to get a look at it. The snow biome is not the area you check out mods. Well, I like this spot. It's a really pretty spot. Here, just adjusting my chair a bit. It's a really pretty spot, and actually you can blame chat, because the first stream in this series, I let them vote on where I should build a castle. We had 4 different possible sites, and this is the one they chose. So I think the kind of X pattern it's in there. These guys are not correct. Yeah, that ought to fix it. This scaffolding as well. We do need some more scaffolding over here. Now that we've got a pattern figured out, we can put down scaffolding and we can continue it around the rest of the tower. Sometimes it's almost like meditative or something when you're repeating the same pattern over and over. I was setting up something for another video the other day, which is still not finished, but and I had to repeat the same thing, like no joke here, like it was about 140 times I had to repeat the same sequence of structures. And yeah, I swear I was in like an altered state of consciousness by the time I finished with that. I'm still not finished. Now I gotta go back in there and paint all of it. And put our glass in as well. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. Appreciate it very much, even though my notifications are not currently working and I can't see who it was. Over here I have them. Alright, now I see what I was doing. Just break. Hopefully nothing important. That little ceiling there, you gotta snap to that one. It's 22 different snaps to cycle through. Somehow it manages to skip the one I want every time. I really need like a sports announcer or something to make this a little bit more exciting for everybody. Be all, it is a contest of wills. Who will triumph? Will Songbird be able to wrestle the snap point into submission? Or will this be the end of Songbird's sanity? Will she finally snap? I don't know why that was, but I'm gonna give that a rate. Give that a little bit of a rest and do something else over here. I think I copied the wrong pattern. Okay, so these are upside down. But then, yeah, these are all upside down. That's some here that are right side up. I think I confused myself on which pattern I was trying to follow. Oh, it might behave a little bit better. Oh, please, there. Gee, was that so hard? That's the one we want. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. I had it for a second there. I clicked it away. There. By the way, I've been thinking I would like to do some more building tutorials of things smaller than a ginormous castle. Kind of like the Box Ascended tutorial that I did for a starter base. So if there's a particular type of build you would like a tutorial for, I would be very open to suggestions. 4070 on the way. Yeesh. Good for you, Purple. I am very envious. I'm sure this game will look amazing. Oh, no worries, Clint. Somebody that I know has issues with an ex like that. Kind of funny. Their troubled teen recently left to live with their father for the first time ever. And yeah, the guy called my friend in less than 24 hours crying and like begging her to take the kid back. So yeah, that was kind of some poetic justice for her. It kind of made her very happy because this is someone who hasn't really been very involved in raising these kids and was blaming her parenting for this child being troubled. It is definitely not the fault of her parenting. Some kids, you know, they go through stages where they're a little difficult. Snap, snap, snap. Okay, how about if I temporarily get rid of that one? There, look at that. You were just confused. water pens, breeding, or storage. Is that like all in one, or are you looking for... Those are 3 different types of builds. I was actually thinking that it could be kind of fun to do a build, like an underwater build using the vacuum pods, which apparently have received a TLC. I haven't really played around with those very much, other than the build that I did in ESC, where I made a slide out of S+ vacuum pods. That was fun. Water slide. Yep, we are still doing this. Yeah, that's rough. Well, there's a reason why X's are X's, right, Flint? Yeah. That all the way around? Did we get all of them? So in the zone with making patterns that I kind of lost track. That was all of them. Yeah, I hear you there, Nathan. And I'll tell you what, you know, some people's kids make me kind of glad I don't have kids. Not at this point. Well, this is supposed to be an upside down one, and I accidentally broke it somehow. Let's break this one instead. Yep, exactly. I agree, Nathan. Nieces and nephews are the best. Let's get the pillars all the way around. Oh, look, we got a whole family of Carnos over here. There's 3 babies. One of which has its head in a tree. They look like they're different ages too. That's kind of cool. And yes, I have cheat leave me alone turned on, so they ignore me. Okay, let's do some stone pillars as well. This is the medium one. I think I like it better. And something over here. Maybe not. No, yeah, we definitely are. Okay. We're missing a piece here. It covers all the stone. I mean, all the wood. Take a stretch break and maybe show y'all around some of the other builds on this map. I have been messing around with building on this map since ASA dropped, and I'm starting to amass a bit of a collection. Definitely got some progress made on this tower. No idea what I'll use it for, but it's very pretty. So let's use the she's the middle ceiling. And there is no Dwarven spiral staircase yet. So we will have to use the basement. That'll do. Let's put a pillar in the middle and also add some walls here. So far, at least, it doesn't seem like there's any railing variants that really work with the spiral. Well, that one kind of works. Try something here. Let's pop a ceiling over here temporarily. Help me find it. Oh. I'm not sure yet if this is actually intersecting around. Hopefully I won't have to keep all of these in. It seems like the pillars, I mean the railings do a pretty good job of not needing a ton of support. Now I'm just trying to figure out what points. Let's see if we can get these railings to work. Hey, True Art Gaming! Welcome, welcome! I am playing around with the new Dwarven Builders mod right now and working on my castle that I started my last stream, and is also, and this build also features architect structures remastered. But right now these pieces are from Dwarven Builders. You get a railing to work with a spiral stair. That is doesn't look bad, but I don't want to have this room full of pillars anymore. So the question is, if I remove these, will they break? So far, okay. Perfect, but it might be better than no railing at all. Maybe, possibly. Gaps and stuff, but maybe if I double layer this. Okay, so the railings do need some support. That answers that. But they don't need all the support. You can probably get away with a pillar over here in that. Maybe a couple other spots and not have to have pillars absolutely everywhere. But in order to get the snap point for the pillar, we're going to have to put a ceiling first. And it goes, that's just what you gotta do. Oh, I'm glad you like the music. This is White Bat. This is Synthwave from White Bat Audio by Karl Casey. This is what I play for most of my streams. I really like the synthwave music, especially from this creator. It's got some good energy to it. It's not like put you to sleep type of music, but at the same time, it's not the kind of thing where it feels really specific to one type of situation, you know, like really spooky music or really epic music that might not fit for something more chill. I tried it really. Wrong button. E. Looks a little more finished. Oops. Are you not? There, finally. Yeesh. There we go. Seems like it's a little tricky to break these dang railings when they're at a different angle. Like the hitbox is a little weird. Yeah, sometimes I miss my invisible glass that I loved so much in ASE. So I know it's cheaty as heck, but also awesome. Okay. Can't even use the quarter ceilings. Use a full-on ceiling here. At least we can put a hole in it and use a hatch ramp. Let's see. Before I forget. Not gonna go at the same height as that. Where's the steeper angle? Ah, wrong button. Oh, we have successfully made a railing for this dang spiral staircase without blocking the entire floor. Which is good because I'm klutz and would definitely yeet myself off the side. Alright. And this doorway turned out a little janky, but it works, and we brought up all the snap points, so we'll be able to make a proper roof up here. In fact, that's not going to take very long. Let me just, really quick, let's just finish this guy so that I can show you what the roof is going to look like, because I'm excited to do the roof this one. Just use some golden walls. Then we'll go on a little fly around the server. I've got a bunch of different things I can show off real quick, show off some other builds for those who may prefer a more rustic building style. I did make a tropical resort. Actually, there's a couple different ones that I made when I was figuring out the building system. And I also made kind of a fairy tale tower thingy over near Herbivore Island. Get out of the snow and go see some sunshine for a bit. Tall enough. I want just a little bit higher so that it doesn't look like it's the same height as this other one. Or should we go shorter? I could do it shorter since it's kind of just glorified. There we go. Let's take this down and then do it just a half wall this height instead of the full wall. See how this looks. What if we kind of alternate these guys with the Dwarvens? The Dwarven quarter walls. Get a quarter wall variant, that is. Kind of different. Actually would prefer it though, I think, is the other side of the walls. We don't have half of a Dwarven warrior's face staring at us. Let's do these guys flipped the other way. That's epic. Hey, Forsaken Chief. Note, castles, keeps, and fortresses has not been added to ASA yet, though XL Acid is working on it. But it'll take a while for him to rebuild all of the pieces and everything. So I am using 2 different building mods on here. I am using Dwarven structures, or Dwarven builders, which just dropped yesterday by Nikatis, the modder of Svartalheim, and he's also the guy who created Fjordur. And he's got a new building mod out, and it is pretty cool. And then I'm also using one called Architect Structures Remastered by Gimmelcad, who is another awesome modder, very experienced structure modder. I loved his mods in ASE and really enjoying getting to try them in ASA. Okay, now let's put the roof on this guy. I love the way the patterns look on these roofs. Actually, yeah, we're gonna need the triangles. We'll need this for the overhang, but then we'll need the triangles for the actual roof. Because they are set up as variants of the default metal pieces. Snap one backwards, then I might be able to make it snap opposite to this piece. Except then the other one is still attached to it. So maybe not. No, I think it's good. Alrighty. And then let's add the overhang pieces. Can we get in there and get our other angle? This is way more snap points than these pieces are designed to deal with. Is the problem. There we go. So that's the trick. I gotta put the crosshairs in that particular spot. Cute little turret. This one will have a larger version of that kind of roof. The Architect mod, it has a lot of different things, and more options are coming, but the main things I've been using so far are that it has 3 different roof angles along with coordinating slope walls to go with them. So like this is the shallow roof angle and the steep roof angle. And down here, this is the steep roof angle in stone. So it's got the regular one as well as a shallower version and a steeper version. And then sloped walls to go with that, which I've been getting a lot of use out of the sloped walls as well. I'll just show you those. So it's got one that's super steep. It is the height of 2 walls. And then here's the regular one. It is the height of 1 wall. And then there is also this one, which is the height of a half wall. And then there's roofs at all of those angles as well, in all the default textures. Except, well, not thatch yet. He is adding thatch, but the thatch is not added yet. Here is the shallow angle. Here is the regular. And here is the steep. So even just this little difference here, just having this opens up a lot of possibilities. And then he also has glass that is better than the default glass. I still would prefer to have it even more different from the default glass. I'd prefer to have something more like the regular, like the old greenhouse glass, or like Gimmelcad's Architect Structures mods in ASC that had some really cool glass. He's working on bringing that over. But anyway, this is the default you may recognize. It's got this waviness to it, makes it look like corrugated plastic or something. This is the Architect Structures version. You can tell, you can see through it a lot better. It still has a little bit more of an industrial modern look, but it's not nearly as bad as the new glass texture as it typically is. Is there one that is a half wall wide but one wall tall? As far as slopes go, no. But of course there are quarter walls. These are in the base game and then also in Architect Structures. And he's going to be coming out with more versions of those. So we've got just walls that can be half this way or that way, since we've got quarters. And by clipping things through each other cleverly, you could just use the top half of one of these steep slopes. And then also there are different pillar variants. Like this is my favorite. I love this wooden beam pillar. Like the regular one that looks like a bundle of sticks is appropriate for some situations, but sometimes it's nice to just have a nice thick hewn, you know, proper pillar looking thing. And there's another place where I used the shallow sloped walls and then the regular above, just as kind of a decorative detail. And I also did some of that above some of these windows, just playing around with the shallow sloped walls. So it's got those, and he's bringing some other options as well. He's working on them, but he's got to get all of the default stuff set up and dialed in first. So just those little details, though, are enough for me to want to use it. Alrighty. So, yeah, so that's that guy there, and I promised to show off some of my other builds on the map. So now we are going to fly, not too fast because I don't want to crash. We're gonna fly down towards the south. Yeah, it is an awesome little mod. I mean, I really like Architect Structures Remastered. I am using the test version on my single player here. Just FYI, I'm helping him alpha test features and stuff before they get added to the stable version. So there might be a few differences between what I've got and what will show up right away for you. But he should be bringing over all the features pretty soon. Oh, thank you so much, Forsaken Chief. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it very much. Anyway, but the new, the stable version of Architect Structures does have all the roof angles. So I think the one thing that's going to change is the pillars. So you may want to hold off on placing any of the pillars from it because it still is set up with the old version of
You get
pillars.
a steel clap for that. Arr, arr.
Thank you, Ross. Yeah, that's my notification sound. So anyway, here's one of these samples I made. I made several different samples of my Bob Box remastered Bob Box Ascended starter base tutorial, which is more of a modern kind of look. And this is the version where I had like a on the inside. Let me turn off the HUD because that's a lot of green text. But anyway, I've got a compact kibble farm in here, as you can see, for early game. We've got all the comforts, everything a survivor up to probably about mid-game could need. There's even space up in here for your fabricator and your generator. I made a whole tutorial video on this build. Got your greenhouse up here. So anyway, here's this build. I've got several different iterations of that along the coastlines around here because I was working on perfecting the design and taking footage of it from different angles and in different lighting and stuff. So there's another one. This one also has the built-in fire pit that I made. I also have a tutorial out for that. And it hurts my heart a little bit how crappy everything looks right now, but it's because I've got all the graphics turned down to low since I'm also streaming, and that's a little harder on my system. There's another Bob Box Ascended. And yeah, before they took away that admin thingy, I spawned in some griffins, but look how horrible they look. It's kind of hysterical. They have not received their UE5 glow up yet, so this is just a direct port from ASE. They were not supposed to be seen just yet. They were just already in the dev kit, apparently. So I just think that they're so hilariously derpy looking. Oh geez, you poor guys. And yes, there are 3 of them because in the first stream when I was messing around with ASE for the first time, I found that admin menu and was trying to figure it out, and I accidentally spawned 3 griffins inside the house. I didn't realize that clicking the picture was going to just instantly spawn them in, and yeah, I had to take a whole wall off the house to get them out. It was pretty hilarious. Okay, and then along here, come along. I can go a little faster than this. Okay, there we go. But it looks so bad with the settings on low. You can see I was doing a lot of experimenting on trying to do different types of round foundations and such. And then here is this little guy. A picture of this made it into the crunch last week. Of course, it looked a lot better because I took a picture with my settings on high rather than on low. But yeah, this is my first little tropical retreat that I made when I was testing out the building stuff. You can see a lot more experiments in the background there. Lots more experiments. That's pretty much what I'm using my single player for at this point, is experiments with building in creative mode. So I was working on using the new pillars and figuring out different types of fancy arches I could make. I love the new railings. I love the new railings so much, as well as being able to flip the triangle walls. So nice. And then this is a bigger tropical resort that I made. Just messing around. I love building on uneven terrain. I love building on interesting terrain, rocky outcrops, stuff like that. No flat ground for me. Flat ground is too boring. So I'm working on a tutorial pretty soon for building on uneven terrain like that. Oh, and I also did this arch over here because check it out, the new water tanks, they snap. So you can use them for massive round pillars. So that was another gateway type of thing I made. And, oop, don't go too fast. On my community server, I'm working on my own base over here in this Smuggler's Cove. I haven't gotten a whole lot done on it yet because I haven't had a lot of time for gathering resources and such, but that's where it is. And here is another Bob Box remastered. And as well as a fountain that I was working on. One of these days gonna make a tutorial for this bad boy. Oh yeah, using sunken air conditioners. Smart. Yeah, I heard about people doing that on vanilla, like Xbox servers and the like. Very smart, so that you don't have to use walls and walls of them and take up a ton of space. In this particular Bob Box build, I decided to try to see if I could make an end game version. So I added a couple more cubes onto the build, as well as a nice little balcony. And this is a spot I measured that you can fit an industrial forge in here, as well as an industrial grinder up above. So room for your big industrial stuff. I was playing around with the different roof pieces and architect structures here, which, oh yeah, that's another feature. You can stack the foundations. So there you go. Yeah, I was trying out all the different roof angles here as well. And then over here at Herbivore Island, you know, nice flat beach. Did I build there? No. Got a nice rocky outcrop here. That's where I like to build. So I've got a like fairy tale Rapunzel tower type of thing here. Which I really love how the paint takes to these structures. And this one, that I'm gonna probably C4 this and redo it, because this tower should be taller, and I like the roof I did on this one a lot better. So I'm gonna redo the roof on this other one. But yeah. So, let me stand up in here. Can I stand on the roof? Woo! I guess it works as a slide too. So, yeah, anyway, thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a fabulous rest of your day. And I'll be back on Friday with another live stream, and we will see you there. Till then, I'll see you around in my Discord. Have a great evening. Bye-bye for now.